Good morning, everyone. Hi. We're just, yes. We're just testing. We sent a streaming link out, so this is a moment where we're gonna just test out, make sure your streaming is all set before we officially begin. So I sent the streaming link in the Slack if you wanted to send that to any of your peeps back home. And if they can see this, then it's working. And if they can hear me, it's working. If they are having any issues, please just give me, what is it? Give me a sign and I can talk with tech people to make sure it's all set. Just a couple. See? Okay. Cool. I guess it's working. All right. Good morning again, everyone. I'm Genesis Garcia. I am SiPN's, this is SiPN, Study in Portugal Network's program specialist. I'm excited to invite you and welcome you to FLAD and to see our Summer 23 internship final presentations. This is a special time for me because I work, I would say during the summer, I have the privilege of working more closely with interns throughout the summer, which I really, really like. And I love seeing your growth throughout the summer and hearing about all that you've learned. So I get kind of an inside peek, and I'm excited to have you all share your experiences with a larger group. For an official, one just quick thing. If you still need Wi-Fi, there is a plaque with the credentials somewhere around here being passed around. Secondly, I don't know that still need to ask this, but just in case, if any of your phones have ringtones or anything, if you can silence them, that way they don't ring while the presentees are presenting. And what else? And I think that's all for logistics. I'm going to be your MC for the day, which I love. So that's all. So to start us off, that's like my little brief intro, but our official welcome will be done by Michael Baum, the member of the Executive Council for FLAD. So Michael, round of applause for him.
We refer to Genesis as the hostess with the mostest. Well, it's great to see you all again. And just in the name of the foundation, I want to thank, first of all of our host institutions that received you. I can speak from experience, that sometimes taking on an intern, right, and mentoring them, it's a big ask for a lot of organizations because it requires the time to sort of, strategically think about what are the project needs that they have that are doable for somebody who's going to be with them for just 8 weeks. And so it's not a small thing to ask the institutions. And so in the name of FLAD, and I think in the name of all of our student participants, I want to thank those of you who hosted our students and provided what I hope to hear was a really fruitful and career-building kind of experience. Not to mention the fact it's an international learning experience for all of you. In the name of the board, I also want to thank the staff of SiPN. So all of you already know how thankful I am for everything that you do. But I want to give a special word of thanks to the one who really, I think, puts her heart and soul into this program every year. Starting with receiving your applications, thinking about the institutions that would be good fits for the kinds of, CVs that you guys have and your career aspirations and what you're looking for. And that's Doutora Paula Vicente. So Paula, I think she really, really puts so much energy into this. It's a labor of love, I think. In terms of the amount of time it takes to do the placements, to be the liaison between the institutions and FLAD. She worked tirelessly to make this event today happen and get all of the protocols together and was running up and down to have me sign things. So really, I just want to thank Paula for everything that she does to help make this program a success. In terms of today's event, basically we all love, this is probably the height of our summer experience, is really hearing from you guys what you got out of the experience, what kind of deliverable you provided to your organizations. We also like hearing constructive feedback, and I think, your supervisors as well, things that maybe didn't go so well. things that were challenges that you had to overcome, or things that made you think differently about how you thought the internship was going to go. That's always, I think, a very useful, aspect to the internship experience. And I guess the last thing I'll say, we hope that you stay in touch with us. There's nothing we love more than sort of hearing where our former participants are 5 years out. We're not there yet, 10 years, but we're getting close. This program was created in 15, so we're nearing our 10-year anniversary. And it's one of the most gratifying things is seeing where our former participants end up. And I know Genesis has been working hard on our alumni relations project, and so I hope you guys will respond to her email request to stay connected with us, especially if down the road you decide to go on to a graduate program. Many of you are already in a graduate program, but those of you who are not, we have lots of institutional relationships with the Fulbright and other organizations here in Portugal that might benefit you in the future. So I'll shut up for now, and I want to hear from all of you. So again, thanks so much. Thanks to all of you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Michael. And I resonate a lot with what Michael said. And also, I think another thing that makes interns special is that you're here for 2 months as opposed to our other summer students who tend to be here just 1 month. So we're excited to hear about your time. So first and foremost, we have Angelica Santiago, a Brigham Young University student who did her internship at Alto Comissariado para as Migrações. Angelica, you can come up here.
Bom dia a todos. Good morning. I'm excited to start us off. I had the wonderful opportunity of doing my internship with the ACM, which in English it kind of translates to the High Commissionary for Immigrants for Portugal. And so it's been a wonderful opportunity. We have a couple of ACM entities throughout Portugal. I was lucky enough to be here in Lisbon, but they have multiple in Porto, Beja, and Faro as well. So I'll be presenting about different departments that I went through during my internship and observed their work. And I got to see how they're able to help integration for immigrants that come to Portugal. So how do I? Oh, there it is. Oh, fantastic. That's awesome. Okay, so what is the ACM? Basically, the ACM is an entity funded by the Portuguese government where they have various resources provided for immigrants to help them feel more accustomed to the culture and to the needs that they need here in Portugal. And the ACM has a really complicated structure. It's a part of a lot of different departments within the government. And so the best way I found to explain this is if we're relating it to the United States, it kind of reminds me of that alphabet soup kind of bureaucracy. That's kind of what we're dealing with now. And so today you'll hear me say a lot of different kind of letters in a certain order. But they're all really amazing departments that we have to help these immigrants. Something that I love is the ACM's overall mission statement. And I just wanted to read it word for word from their website. They say, the High Commission for Migration, public institution, directly dependent on the presidency for the Ministers' Council, has the mission of collaborating on determining, executing, and assessing the public transversal and sectorial policies concerning migrations that are relevant for the integration of migrants in the national, international, and Portuguese-speaking contexts, for the integration of the immigrants and other ethnic groups, in particular the Roma communities, and for managing and valuing the diversity between cultures, ethnicities, and religions. And this mission statement is truly upheld by their various departments that they have in the ACM. And so I'm going to do a little tour of all the departments that I went through during my internship, starting with our first department, which is GUT. GUT is the department of mais ou menos welcoming, more or less welcoming. They help welcoming immigrants to the country by giving information and helping them facilitate and making appointments within the other parts of the ACM. How do they do this? They do this through in-person inquiries, emails, and phone calls. And by the way, throughout all this information, these are my fellow colleagues that I was able to spend time with them. So these are some members of that department of GAT. The next department that I had the pleasure of spending time with was the Department of LAM. This is a department where they give telephone information as well as translation services. It's one of the most unique here in all of Europe. They have about 69 different languages spoken, and they have about 100 or so translators that help. And they can help via phone call, video call, in-person translation, and written translations. And so I was able to ask about how many languages that they spoke in, like I said, 69, but to visualize it, here are all the different languages that they speak. There are some missing because I couldn't fit it into the PowerPoint slide, but what I find really interesting is that the LAM, they help connect these immigrants to people who speak their language, but each translator in this department doesn't just speak Portuguese and one other language. It's typical that they speak 5 or 6 languages. It's super helpful for the immigrants. The next department that I had the pleasure of spending time in was the Guy Pesk. They help in validating your professional studies in Portugal, and they also help with any concerns with professional work, and so helping to arrange work in this department. It used to be 2 departments. It got combined into one recently, and so this department helps a lot with those who are seeking a career, and sometimes they even help with entrepreneurship. Something that I found really interesting is that they have in-person appointments where they help to construct resumes and help in applications, but they also have in-person workshops where they're able to help people learn how to own a business and start a business in Portugal. They also do email inquiries for those who don't come in person. Our next department is GAJ, which is the Department for Legal Support. In Portugal, the legal system is a little different than in the United States. We have these people who are called jurists, and the best explanation of them for us is that they're kind of like legal consultants. I spent a lot of time in this department. I found it really interesting because I have interests in law in the future. These legal consultants can give legal advice to our immigrants and can represent them to an extent. The only thing that they're limited to is if they have other forms of legal representation, such as if an immigrant already has a lawyer, they can't have double representation. And they cannot go to court. That's like one of their limitations. But everything else, pretty much, they're able to help with official documentations, applications, and whatnot. And what is really incredible is that these jurists do this all free of cost. Everything at the ACM is free of cost for immigrants. And they do this mainly over in-person appointments, but they also do email inquiries as well. The next department that I think includes a lot is their Department of Social Services. This department offers a lot of different topics of care. For an example, I have listed a ton up here. Just to name a few, they help with healthcare facilitation, education. They help a lot with the new Ukrainian refugee situation and the registration of minors, just a couple to throw out there. And they do this in a lot of different ways. With really serious circumstances, members of the Gazi can go in person to check out situations, whether there's risks via health or needing of a place to stay, housing. They sometimes will go in person and talk with their immigrants on what the options are in dangerous situations. But they also have the ability to have in-person appointments at the ACM location, and they're also accessible by email and phone. Like I mentioned, the Gazi department, They work a lot with a program called SOS Ukraine. Since the conflict, there have been a flood of Ukrainian refugees coming into Portugal. And this is because earlier, before the conflict, there was an influx of Ukrainian immigrants. And so now there are a ton of Ukrainians coming from the conflict who have family members here. The ACM and República Portuguesa has been working in conjunction to help these Ukrainian refugees have everything that they need for their integration in Portugal. And the GUSI has been a huge contributor into this project, and it was incredible to learn more about. Next, we have the Gilpit. This is the Department of Portuguese Learning of the Language. This department just helps in connecting immigrants to sources where they can learn the Portuguese language. And whether these entities be of the government or if they're private or publicly funded, they help connect those immigrants via email, phone call, but also we have a link on the ACM website that helps guide you to those sources as well, and also provide sources on site. Our next department is the Department of Local Politics for the Integration of Immigrants. This department is responsible for local entities. So we have the ACM, which is a big building. Like I said, it's located in Porto, Beja, Lisbon, and Faro. But you can imagine, since Portugal is somewhat big, not all those places are accessible to every single person. And so we have over 100 local entities called CLAIM, which they are scattered all over Portugal. And this department is in charge in aiding those local entities to give them similar resources to what we have at the ACM facilities. And so they help answer questions. They will go in field and check in with the CLAIM entities in their local units. And they'll also work with public entities as well to help support those local entities, such as universities, public chambers, to give that support. And CLAIM recently just completed 20 years of being a local entity, and recently, within these 20 years, they've been able to attend 1 million, more than 1 million, I think, more than 1 million appointments for immigrants that have been able to get the support that they need. They've done incredible work. The last department that I was able to visit, which really touched my heart, is the Department for Victim Support. This department is manned by one person, and she's incredible. But she does personalized appointments for victims who have suffered domestic violence cases or have gone through harmful traditional practices, such as female mutilation is one of them. And she does incredible work. She does in-person appointments where these victims can come and discuss about their situations. She does phone support constantly. She's amazing. And she also does in-person support via mediation care. This is really interesting. So if a victim is in need of a mediator, she will go in person to various clinics, whether it's for health, or she will go to the police for reports with the victim so she has someone by their side to help them. My overall experience at the ACM, I enjoyed my experience here. It definitely went in line with what I am studying. I'm studying political science with a focus on international diplomacy, and I'm really interested in immigration. And so I learned a lot about immigration to Portugal, the various challenges that people go through, and what's it like to be an immigrant here in Europe. I also connected with people of various cultures and background, not only those immigrants that were coming to be attended at our ACM facility, but my fellow coworkers are immigrants themselves most of the time that have come from similar places and are now helping others. I also was able to develop my Portuguese. I am Portuguese American myself, and I've never had the opportunity to speak Portuguese in a professional environment before. This was a completely new experience for me, and it really was life-changing on developing that ability. My takeaway application is, like I said, I'm really interested in immigration. It is a passion of mine. If you want to have an earful about it, please pull me over. It is something I'm really passionate about, and I've helped immigrants throughout my life. And I've been raised by immigrants myself. My parents are immigrants. And so I've seen how important integration of immigrants are. These resources are so needed in our country, in the United States, and Portugal has been an amazing example to me on what it should be like. I also had a reaffirmation that I want to use Portuguese in my future career. I've had experiences in the past where I knew individuals that felt unheard and understood in their circumstances because they didn't have anyone that understood them. And this experience reaffirmed to me, especially with that connection with LAM, having those translation services, that every person should be heard and helped. While I was at the ACM, I did a little data collection of myself. Here, being a poli-sci major, we're used to doing that. But I tried to record people from every country that I met while at the ACM. And here's the spread of some immigrants that we deal with at the ACM, just for my 2 months being there. So we have some influence from a little bit all over the world. My time in Portugal overall, I love Portugal. It's my second home. And SiPN has given me the opportunity to explore my home again and reconnect with my roots in a way that I had never imagined doing so before. And I've been so grateful to explore the country and see beautiful sights, but also make valuable friendships and reconnect with my family that's here, that I love so dearly. And overall, I'm grateful for FLAD for giving us this opportunity as students to become more developed in a new country. Thank you.
About questions sometimes.
That's okay. I don't know if this, oh, there it is. Okay, hi. So you can stay up here. Due to time, we're going to take just one question. Does someone have a burning question for Angelica? Michael.
Yes.
All right, so from one political scientist to another.
Of course. Ooh.
I don't know if in your experience, did you come across an index called MyPEX?
MyPEX.
Yeah. It's a very interesting international index to try and measure how well different countries do in terms of integrating migrants, politically, socially, economically, et cetera. And I don't know if you know, but Portugal, at least the last time I looked at the MyPEX data, I think the latest report was from 2020, Portugal was like second or third in the world in terms of its ranking, in terms of being a fairly progressive country in terms of how well it integrates migrants. And I think what you just presented to us tells a story. And so I guess my question is, coming from the U.S. and having some interest in this background, what things do you see as the most important differences between the way the Portuguese try to integrate migrants versus how it's done in the U.S.?
That's a great question. I've thought about the comparisons of the United States and Portugal a lot. Something that stood out to me is that everything that they do to help integrate immigrants is done in mind with helping them do it in a way that's easier for them. What's more easy for our immigrants? And so, for an example, all these departments that I pass through, all these resources are in one place that they can go to. I think that's often really hard for immigrants in the United States. You're going everywhere, you're waiting on appointments. At the ACM, you can go and get a lot of things done, get a lot of support all in one day. I think that's really unheard of, not only in the United States, but in a lot of countries. I also find valuable their Department of Translation. I think that that's not as readily available. I worked with a lot of immigrants in New England for 18 months, and that was our biggest challenge. Was we had immigrants from Africa. that spoke Portuguese, Lingala, French, that had no translators for them available. They had Spanish translators, but Spanish isn't Portuguese or French or those other languages, and so these individuals and trying to tell their stories felt unheard. And so I think that that's a really incredible tool that they have as well. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Angelica. Now you can have a seat. Round of applause for Angelica. Angelica, thank you so much as well for starting us off. And as she said, if you have more questions for her, you can pull her over during the coffee break and ask her more questions about her interest in internship. So second, we have Kenneth Rusk from University of Indiana, the O'Neill School of Public and Environmental Affairs, and his internship this summer was at the Guy. So Kenny, when you're ready, round of applause for Kenny. And just as a reminder, Kenny will present, and then there'll be, depending on time, 1 or 2 questions afterwards. Okay. Make sure you talk right into the mic.
Well, heck of a time following up Angelica's. Well, anyway, as Genesis said, my name is Kenneth Rusk. I am a first year, going into second year, master's student at Indiana University at the O'Neill School of Public Policy and the Hamilton Lugar School of International Studies. I am studying international affairs, and my interests are really in American diplomacy. Now, American diplomacy is not as big of a thing in Portugal as it is in America. So there was a bit of a challenge in finding the right place for me, but it all worked out in the end, and eventually I was placed at DGAE. I know people call it DGAI. I can't bring myself to say that, so it's going to be DGAE. I apologize, but them's the breaks. But anyway, this was a really great experience for me. It helped a lot in what all I have learned, what all I plan to do, and we're going to go into that a little bit. But first of all, what is DGAE? The Direção Geral das Atividades Econômicas, which, as you can probably tell, translates approximately to the Directorate General of Economic Activities. Now, this is the mission statement ripped directly from directly from DGAE's website, so you can read that in your own time. But essentially, what DGAE does is it conducts research, or at least what my floor was doing. It conducts research and comes up with policies to support the Ministry of Economy, especially in terms of the European Union. This is where I was working. My floor was in European affairs, and we'll talk about what I was actually doing in a moment, but a lot of diplomacy, which whether you're an American or Portuguese or German or Australian, if you're going to work in international diplomacy, you have to know how countries interact. It's pretty much the most basic thing you can do. So that was a huge, huge part of what I was doing, and I did learn a lot about how Portugal fits in with the European Union as a whole and following some of the different bills and actions that are going through the European Union today. Now, what was the average day in the life of a DGAE intern? Exciting, I know. Action-packed. Well, it was your classic 9 to 5. But, you know, that's not necessarily a bad thing, though, because that is how it usually works. When you work in diplomacy, that's how life is going to be. And I think it's important to get acclimated to that routine. And routine became a big part of it. 8:30, every single morning at 8:30, I would go to the same cafe every morning and get the exact same thing, to the point where they even though I spoke not a lot of Portuguese, they recognized me, and I don't even really need to ask for it. They ask me if that's what I want. But a little cup of espresso and and a croissant plain. It was part of my ritual, and I would hang out there, usually a glass of water too, hang out there until about 5 to 9, and that's when I would walk a block down the street to the headquarters. I would get there, I would put on my heavy metal music that I listened to, and the first thing I would do is be catching up on past EU news. So every morning, a document is sent out as the European Daily Bulletin. about a 20-page document that's kind of a digest of everything going on in the European Union at that time. So what Germany is doing, what Portugal is doing, what Hungary is doing. A good way to sort of get oriented into the day. You could really see what's happening, and sometimes the things I was working on, I would see that make an appearance in the daily bulletin. That was always an exciting moment. And I would spend the morning working on past projects. So the projects that I've been given that I was still needing to do, I would try to take care of those first, work on those, get as much done on those as I could. Up until about 1 p.m., I would take an hour for lunch. Sometimes I would go out into the Zaldania neighborhood, a really, really beautiful area, lots of restaurants around there. Sometimes I would save my money and either bring lunch from home or grab it from the Lidl down the street. But I ate a lot of lunches there in the office, which gave me the chance to talk with some of my coworkers who I was not working directly for and get to know them a little better, which was fascinating because they wanted to hear about America, I wanted to hear about Portugal, and overall it was a really, really great experience. Then 2 o'clock rolls around, or somewhere thereabouts, get back to work on new projects, everything new that my supervisor, Ana Palma, unfortunately, she is on holidays, so she was not able to come. I'm glad that Joao has come, though, to represent the 6th floor. But work on new projects until about 5 p.m. when I would leave. So it was a very, very classic, literally a 9 to 5 with an hour for lunch. But that is the way of the world, and I think it's important to get to know get to know the routine of a job like that. Now, what was I actually doing during that? There it is. What was I doing during that time? Well, as I said, the European Union was the main theme of the day. Now, there is one thing that is really, really facing the European Union. There is one juggernaut. It's not Russia. It's China. China, in the past 5 years or so, has become very, very powerful, and no one saw it coming. Like, people were caught with their pants down. Nobody saw this coming. So China has done a very, very good job in having a lot of power in critical raw materials and especially in the energy transition, which is another thing the European Union is trying to accomplish. So how can the EU accomplish this while still being competitive on the world stage? That is the question. And that was a question that I was trying to help possibly come to an answer to. But I think that the best way for me to do this is to probably just show you. This is what I was working on. This right here was my June. This is the Critical Raw Materials Act. This bill, I don't actually remember what the current status of it is right now, but it has at least gone through the European Commission. This bill is attempting to set up a diversified, stable supply chain in Europe for materials that are needed in making batteries, making electric vehicles, things that we are going to need. It is a pretty long document, and this was at least the second version of it. So this was my entire month of June, was studying this, figuring out what was in here, and most importantly, finding out what Portugal's response to this was going to be. Because every country, all 27 member states, have to provide responses to this. And it's not just the economic side. The DGAE is the economic side, but there's also the environmental side, all sorts of different entities within the Portuguese government competing to have their say. That's the game. That's where the diplomacy comes into play. But this might have been June, but there was also all of this. This is the Net Zero Industry Act. This is the Strategic Technologies for Europe platform. And this is the End of Life Vehicles Directive. There were many more, but these were the ones that I happen to have a physical copy of with me. All of these work towards the same goal, and that is making sure that Europe can achieve an energy transition in a sustainable and cost-effective way that does not force Europe to rely exclusively off of Russia, China, or just one country in general. Diversification is the key. So this is not a question that I was able to answer. Unfortunately, I did not solve the energy crisis. But it is something that all 27 member states are currently working towards. And what better place to learn about diplomacy? But I did bring a very unique perspective that nobody else in the office had, and that was that I could study what was going on in the United States. I knew what was happening there. I'm sure most of us can remember the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, a couple of the things that have just recently been passed. This was the United States trying to do the exact same thing as the EU. The U.S. also wants to do an energy transition, and the U.S. does not want to rely off of Russia or China to get those materials. So the U.S. is definitely a friendly rival, but still a rival with the EU. So it was really interesting to learn about how the U.S. is trying to accomplish this versus how the EU is trying to accomplish this. They're very different entities, so they have different ways of doing so. So I did look through the Inflation Reduction Act, which frankly is this size, all these combined. That's about how big the Inflation Reduction Act is. It's huge. But it was very interesting to get an in-depth understanding of the IRA and of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. I also worked with somebody else in my office with the CHIPS and Science Act. This is, again, the U.S. and the EU. They're both called the CHIPS Act. They both have current acts going on that are trying to establish good supply chains for semiconductors. It's extremely important for electric vehicles. You cannot have an energy transition without these materials. So how is the EU doing it? How is the US doing it? That was a huge part of what I was studying. Now, one particular task I would like to show you things about is I did do a research project on how the IRA, how the Inflation Reduction Act, has attracted European companies to the United States. So I put together some information. I crunched the numbers, found out which European countries were coming to the United States, how much they were investing. There's a handful. Most of the companies in the United States are either American companies or a lot of them are Chinese companies, a lot of them are Korean. But there's a lot of EU companies coming to the U.S. I would like to show you that information, but I can't. The reason being because that information ended up making its way all the way up to the Minister of Economy, Antonio Costa Silva, which means it is now out of my hands. It is now sensitive information that I do not have access to. Mr. Costa Silva, I did not meet him. He did not come by DGA or anything like that, but it did work its way up through the ladder to his desk, and he has used it in some of his dealings with other governments and in his work in the past couple of weeks. So that might be my proudest moment, the fact that one little project from a little, not even a citizen intern, was able to make it all the way up to a pretty high level. So, go me. Yeah, thank you. Now, why does all of this matter? Well, everything I was doing can be directly connected to what I want to do. Drafting memos on current events, that was a huge part of my job. Anna would tell me, hey, I'm going to send you this news article, this bill, whatever. I want you to put a report together on it. A summary a summary of a page or two. That is pretty much what you're going to be doing when you start out on diplomacy. If you think about it, the ambassador to Portugal right now is not Portuguese. She has never been a diplomat before. So she needs to know about what's happening in Portugal. And that's where people working in the embassy come in, and they need to provide her with 1-page, 2-page summaries of important things. It's their job to know what they're talking about and to provide her the gist of what's going on. That's going to happen in every embassy, so it's extremely important to have that ability if you want to be a good diplomat. Studying EU environmental policies, that leads to learning the systems of other countries. How does Portugal work? How does Germany work? How does Hungary work? Each of these countries, ostensibly they have similar systems, but there's still differences. Some still have kings, some have parliaments, some are borderline dictators. They all have different ways of doing it. So it's very important to learn how a country works, how its system works, if, as an American, you are going to interact with that country in a meaningful and impactful way. Following EU elections and politics, just a few days ago, Spain had an election. This is extremely important because Spain currently holds the presidency of the European Union, which means that they may have had a different person in power. Now, unfortunately, the election has been so close to call that we don't really know what the results are yet, but this could have been a major game changer because the right-wing party in Spain stood a very, very good chance of gaining a lot of power. So, following these elections leads to understanding current public opinion. If Vox is going to take power, that means that the people in Spain support Vox. That's important to know about if, as an American, you are going to be working with the government. Ultimately, in a democracy, the government reflects the will of the people, and that's going to be a key part of all that. And finally, comparing environmental and economic goals. As I said before, DGAE, they have what they want to do, they have what they advocate for. There's also the environmental sector that advocates what it advocates for. You have to reconcile those interests. As with diplomacy, there is what America wants and what is in America's best interests, and there is what the EU wants, what Portugal wants, and what is in Portugal's best interests. Diplomacy is tying those together. How can the best option be achieved? How can something happen that benefits both the US and Portugal? That's usually pretty easy when it comes to countries in Europe, maybe not so much when it comes to countries like Russia. So that is a very, very important skill to have in diplomacy, and I am very, very glad that I got to hone that skill a little bit, learn a little bit more about it here in Portugal. I have really, really enjoyed my time here. I've learned so much about this country, and the last thing that I really have to say about that is obrigada por tudo. Thank you very much.
Very good. Wonderful, Kenny. Thank you so much. I feel like I've learned a lot in your presentation, so thank you. We have time for one question. A quick one. Sam.
I'm not a big economics man yet, but when you say, the U.S. is a friendly rival, but a rival still, what does that mean? Like, can economies and can countries be allies and not rivals? Or is it like, oh, we're competing as a rival? What does a rival look like? Excuse me.
In this case, the US and the EU as a whole, I wouldn't say that the US and Portugal are rivals so much as the US and the EU are. They're both huge economies, huge GDPs, a lot of people represented. They're both big movers and shakers on the world scale. And the US has, the IRA is a pro-US bill. So the Biden administration has been very, everything they've been pushing has been ostensibly designed to benefit Americans and not necessarily global. So that's what I mean by rival. It is still a friendly rivalry. The US and the EU are not at war, and we're all trying to find ways to benefit both countries, both entities. But at the end of the day, I have to get a little bit Kissinger realpolitik here. Countries are going to do what benefits them the most. I think that's pretty much just par for the course. So you can either not care what everybody else says and just do what's best for you all the time, or you can find a way to make sure that it benefits everybody as a whole.
Great. Thank you so much, Kenneth.
Thank
Another
you.
round of applause for Kenny, please. Okay. Third up, also from the guy, we have Megan. Megan, I've never asked you how to pronounce your last name. Borgens. Megan Borgens, also from the University of Indiana and the O'Neill School of Public and Environmental Affairs. So, round of applause for Megan.
Okay. All right, hello and welcome. I really appreciate everyone showing up to this event to celebrate all of our accomplishments, especially my coworkers from DeGuy. I got a fan club over here. Yeah, all of you have been so incredibly welcoming during my time here in Lisbon and created such a, perfect environment that I couldn't have asked for more. So I'm very, very appreciative. So let's get to it. This summer, I interned for the Director General for Economic Activities within the Ministry of Economy in Lisbon. I was the Business Sustainability Intern in the Business Sustainability Department, working specifically on EU Ecolabel. So I'm sure most of you are familiar with the EU government, but I just want to give a little breakdown so you can understand how my relationship with the government and EU Ecolabel's relationship, you know what I mean? So first, we have the European Commission, which is the main executive body that proposes laws and ensures that the laws are properly applied. And my internship works mainly with the European Commission as it oversees and deploys EU Ecolabel. Then the next is the European Parliament that represents the citizens of the EU and approves the EU budget. And the European Parliament is a political organization, as voters in all member states directly elect the members of Parliament. And then the European Parliament makes decisions jointly with the Council of the European Union, and the Council does not make the laws, but it determines the EU's political direction. National ministers from each member state are represented, and the Council has a rotational presidency, as Kenny spoke about, and Spain is currently holding the 6-month presidency, and Belgium is next. So this is just a graphic of EU member states, the EEA states, and then EU applicant countries, so you can kind of get a picture. And so the European Union creates the legislation, and then the EU member states have to implement that. And it works both ways, like vice versa, but that's just kind of a small breakdown. So before I start to talk about EU Ecolabel, I just want to say, like, what is an ecolabel in general? So ecolabels are a voluntary environmental label for goods and services that aim to reduce environmental impact and market the environmental credentials of a product or service. And ecolabels aim to change the behavior of producers and consumers toward long-term sustainability choices. And then this is a graphic of different ecolabels globally. And then here are a few ecolabels from the United States that you might be familiar with. Yeah. So let's get to it and talk about EU Ecolabel. This picture shows like what the Ecolabel symbol looks like in the EU and is put on all products and services. So here's the breakdown of DGI. At the top, you've got the Directorate General. And then if you go down here, I'm going to walk over. Kenny, which one are you? I'll point it out.
Second from the right. Yes.
Second from the right. All right.
Yeah, under Katrina.
Here we go. Right here.
And that's Joao.
Yeah, that's where Kenny's at. Okay. And so, so the EU Ecolabel originated in 1992, but it wasn't called EU Ecolabel yet. Then there was another revision in 2000, which was still not the same version and was not called EU Ecolabel. But then in 2008, the European Commission chose to update the 2000 regulation and draft a proposal for its revision. And in the beginning of 2009, the European Parliament completed their first reading of the proposal. So then the next October of 2009, the Council of the European Union approved the proposal, and in November of 2009, the Council, Parliament, and the Commission all came to an agreement on the final draft of the regulation. And this is also around the same time that the Treaty of Lisbon is enacted. And so the Treaty of Lisbon is kind of complicated, and I'm not going to go into it, but it is important because it clarifies the powers of the European Union for the first time. And this treaty identifies the relationship between the European Union and member states and how they develop policy and communicate. And so this treaty is kind of why Portugal adopted the EU Ecolabel legislation as a member state. And in 2010, the regulation number 66 of 2010 was finalized and implemented. So what is EU Ecolabel? EU Ecolabel is a labeling system that was established by the European Union, obviously. The EU Ecolabel is a reliable, third-party certified label covering all major environmental, health, and social issues. It helps consumers to make informed choices and opt for environmentally friendly products, boosting the market for sustainable products in a circular economy. It's distinguishable against like other greenwashing eco-labels because it's third-party verified, ISO 14024 compliant, pan-European, measurable, and assesses the products along their full life cycle. So how does it work? This is the 7-step process of applying and getting awarded the EU Ecolabel logo, and I'll give you a breakdown about how I was included in some of these processes. So the first step is to identify what product group the product or service that your company has falls into. Then the next is to pre-register in the EU Ecolabel product catalog so it can be displayed publicly on the database. Something that I did was I made a video tutorial with my colleague Pedro, and we went through all the steps of navigating this database for consumers, for businesses, and it was kind of a complicated process, and we made it in English and Portuguese, which is pretty great. So next is to submit their application, which is super extensive and includes all information on the product or service. And then step 4 is to pay the application an annual fee. Then the next step is to have the application reviewed by the selection committee. So the selection committee is made up of the Portuguese Environmental Agency, or APA, and then also DGAI. And so they meet and they discuss after DGAI is 100% certain that it's going to be awarded. And I was actually able to sit on one of these selection committee meetings, and it was really great to see this, how this whole process worked, even though I do not speak Portuguese, so I did not understand very much, but my team was very helpful afterwards and explained it to me. Okay, and then next, the application is approved by the selection committee and the license is awarded, and then they can display the EU Ecolabel logo. So this is a certificate or the actual license that the company will be awarded after they get the logo. So my project, I started out reading the relevant regulation and legislation for EU Ecolabel, getting myself acclimated with the EU government. Then I worked my way into translations of the website so I could kind of get my own footing of what's on the DGAI website and what's on the EU Ecolabel website, specifically on DGAI. And then I worked on some website design, which wasn't like graphical design, but it was kind of like restructuring so we could present all of the information very clearly in Portuguese and in English. And then we also worked on 4 video tutorials going over how to navigate the legislation, the regulation, how to apply for EU Ecolabel, how to register in ECAT, things like that. And our goals for the new website was to make it approachable, have an English translation, all the information in one place, and a clear description of fees. So next, here are my adventures that I've gone throughout Portugal. My favorite being the Douro Valley. I had no expectation for the Douro Valley, and I fell in love with it. It was amazing. Then I went to Porto and Chapel of Lost Souls over here. These are from Lisbon specifically. My mom came and visited. We did a boat ride. It was amazing. I went to the National Coach Museum, the Tile Museum. I went to Povo 3 times to see Fado because the one reception that we had where Beatrice came, it was amazing, and I had to see her again. And then we went to Sintra as well. And so here's a couple more photos. And yeah, so thank you very much. I had a wonderful experience, and this was honestly my favorite internship I've ever done. So yeah, thank you.
Megan, thank you so much. I'm so impressed with how much y'all do in 2 months. I'm just like, wow, that's really impressive. I'm like, 2 months can really teach you something. So we have one question for Megan. If anyone, yes, you're Carla? Okay.
So I'd just like to say that it was a real pleasure to have Megan working with us during these 2 months. We had experiences last years, but it was the first time we had a trainee for 2 months. And hopefully Megan understood how the European legislative process works. And also, she had the chance to work with the Ecolabel, those video tutorials. We had it in English and in Portuguese. So the English version, it was with the voice of Megan. So it would stay in our website for the next years. And also to let you know that the Green Deal, the European Green Deal, which is framing the policies of this commission, has the focus on consumers for the first time. So after 30 years after the Rio Conference of the United Nations, which was in 1992 in Brazil, where the focus were on sustainable consumption and production, all European policies on sustainable development was focused on enterprises. And for the first time, this commission had focus on consumers. And of course, the EU Ecolabel is the main policy driver for sustainable consumption. And Megan had the chance to work and to really understand how the application of a European policy is made by a member state. And for us, it was also a very good to have all these products developed by Pedro and Megan, and they will stay for the next 10 years. So thank you very much for this experience too.
Wonderful. Megan, you can have a seat now. Thank you so much. If you have more questions for her, you can ask her in the coffee break. And so if you happen to see on our program, we're divided into different sections to break the presentations down. So our last presentation for this first section is going to be by Chris Sherrill. Paula, do I need to wait? Is everything okay? She's not here yet. Okay. Does anyone have, I can stall a little bit. Does anyone have another question for Megan? No? Yeah, John.
Thank you for your presentation, Megan. Ecolabel is, as you talked about, sort of a voluntary instrument. What do you think the advantage of the EU taking that approach as their primary sustainability initiative, or at least corporate sustainability initiative, is versus another form of regulation or economic incentive?
I haven't really thought about this, John, but I will say I think it's a great program because I think that the promotion of it is a lot more like easier as like a voluntary incentive. So when you have a business that is looking to promote their products as being sustainable, this is very attractive for them to involve themselves in this label. Yeah, I don't really have an answer for you.
Instrument choice
Sorry,
wasn't top of mind?
What?
Instrument choice wasn't top of mind for you?
No, it wasn't.
Oh.
No, I forgot Richard's class.
John, you can hold on to that. Well, my stalling worked because the person who needed to arrived. So we're here. Chris, so excited to have you finish up. Chris, you're the buffer between the coffee break. Just one. So Chris Sherrill from Brigham Young University, who did his internship at Lisbon Summer. Round of applause for Chris.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Bom dia. So, what was that? Put up a little bit? Yeah, totally. Yes, I might be a little bit taller. Incredible. It's good to be with you this morning. As Genesis said, I am Chris Sherrill. I study at Brigham Young University. I'm a double major in political science and Portuguese, and I had the wonderful opportunity of interning with Lisbon Summer. Lisbon Summer, as you can see here, is an environmental organization and NGO that works to help make the city more green, which is really cool. The main projects that happen at Lisbon Summer, as I'll talk about in my participation of it, is helping shut down some streets in Lisbon to cars to allow more people to be there. to have people walking, biking, kids playing, those sorts of things. So you can see here that under Lisbon Possível there's like the main statement, right? Caminhar, brincar, pedalar, respirar, walking, playing, biking, breathing. We love this city, and we act to take the prefix out of the word impossible. Okay, so I will talk a little bit now about some of the things that I have been involved in. So this may not be what you imagine, but I actually helped run the TikTok channel for Lisbon Possível. You know, I had to be really active when I did, so this is what happened. The funny thing is that before coming to Portugal, I actually went to a few other European countries, and one of the places that I went to was Paris. And I really enjoy comedy, so something that I did when I went to the Louvre is that I made a video and I made a fake tour guide about the Louvre and how it's actually a pizzeria originally. My friends loved it. I posted on Instagram and everything, so I started doing them in every country that I went to, including Lisbon. Well, I met with Ksenia and our other coworker, Hita, and I showed them some of my videos, and they loved it. So we actually went out that night and recorded others I made up a fake history about why there are tiny sidewalks in Portugal. And so you'll see here, I have some examples of ones that I've done here in Portugal. So this here's the TikTok page. It's just a lot of different places in other places. I did them in Porto. I went and did it in Évora and that sort of thing. And it's just me coming up with utter crap that is not true at all, that some people think is true, but anyway, fake stories for why certain things are the way they are. Here's a little snippet. Oh, is there any sound at all? O som tá ligado? Maybe not. You may just have to go on TikTok and check it out yourself. So yeah, this is one that me and Ksenia did the other day about the story of why there are so many cars in Lisbon and why Lisbon is considered the city of cars. So yeah, some other ones that I did are the one that I talked about, the story of the sidewalk. I did one at Marcos de Pombal, where we live. I did one at the Torre de Belém, and then there at Évora. So if you want a little comedy in your life, a little fake reason for why things happen, there you have it. So I was involved in that. I was able to build that page a little bit. So that was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed doing that. We're going back? We're going back. All right, take a step back. I think the sound should work now. Okay, do you want to try clicking it? Yeah, which one? Do you want this? It's the second one. This one? Yeah. Here we are in Lisboa, Portugal, the city of cars. I'm sure that's what you've heard of it before, right? I know I have. Being from America, we clearly know that Portugal was the first inventor of cars. There's an old Portuguese pastor that used to live named Ricardo Dias de São Tiago that used to preach that if you had a car, you could drive very quickly to heaven. If you want to see the rest, check out the video, but that's a little snippet of what I did. So yeah, I just enjoy coming up with things on the spot, and so that's what we had there. Okay. One of the really cool parts of Lisbon Possível is the symbol. I think it's really awesome. For those of you especially that are Portuguese, and I think all of us now are pretty familiar with the Portuguese Revolution and what happened in the 70s and putting the carnations, os cravos, in the guns. Well, the symbol of Lisbon Possível is putting the cravos in the exhaust pipes. And so you might have seen the graffiti throughout the city. It's really cool. Even walking out, even me and Sam and Angelica have been walking together, and Sam would be like, oh, look, it's the Mario Lisbon Possível. So that's actually, we were actually walking together, me, Sam, and Angelica. That's why I got this picture here. We're just like, oh, hey, look, there it is. So what we did, though, is that I helped participate in putting this onto T-shirts to help sponsor the organization, to help get donations, that sort of thing. So going through the process, we went and got clothes. There's a secondhand store, similar to like Goodwill in America, where it's Humana. It's a secondhand store where you donate clothes and they sell it for cheaper, right, to help reuse and recycle clothing here in Portugal. And so we have a collaboration with them, and I also worked on the video, which I'll show later for that collaboration. But we took those shirts and then we printed them, which you'll see in this video here, to be able to make T-shirts for our event and in general. And so yeah, we stamped the cool thing is, I don't know if you can see it from these pictures, but it's a little boy putting the cravo in it. So it's this idea that kids are meant to be out playing, right? Kids are be able to like walk freely in the streets without getting worried about being hit by cars or by the dangerous effects of modernization for children's growth. Okay. So here are some result pictures of some of the T-shirts. Okay. Awesome. Okay, let's talk a little bit about July 8th. So we had a big event in which we shut down one of the streets, Rua dos Mastros, which is in the Bairro Misericordia, And the idea is to do that permanently, but we did it for a day. And so there was a lot of preparation that went into making this happen. So a big part of what I did actually was interviewing local business owners who wanted to talk about what life was like, especially during COVID, believe it or not. A lot of these restaurant owners and business entrepreneurs really benefited from COVID, especially as things started opening up again because the streets weren't open to cars. So restaurants, when they started opening again, could put out tables, they could have people out there, and it helped their business a lot. Now, when the city opened up back to normal standards, they had to shut everything down, especially on a street. It's like a 15-minute walk from here. If you ever want to go check it out, it's right by Rua Verde, but you'll see it. There's not space for people to walk. There are cars that pass through, tiny little sidewalks back from when the Portuguese probably thought there weren't going to be cars, put there in the 1600s and whatnot. But I really enjoyed being able to interview these different business owners and talk about what they hoped would happen. And so this here is Gonzalo. He owns a pizzeria called Mama Gaia, and I interviewed him and a variety of others, and that was a really awesome experience. So let's talk a little bit now about the event itself. So July 8th, we had it from like 10 a.m. to 10:30 p.m., and shut down the street and did a lot of different things. So I'm going to show some of the things that we did during the day when there weren't cars passing through on the street. So I should also say that we worked with this partido político, political party called Volt Portugal. And they have a bigger presence in the rest of Europe, but they're trying to get some tracking here. And they helped us shut down the street for a day. So here is the flyer for it, com gente dentro, with people inside. And then some of the collaborating organizations. And so this is kind of what the street looked like at night. I thought it was really cool. I took this video, and it was like people be able to walk and talk and hang out on the streets and that sort of thing. So it was a really, really cool way to change it, especially because I walked on that street so much during these interviews, and it was a very different, I would even say ambiance, different feeling, right, of people out there being able to just chill for a good nightlife instead of worrying about, let me move over to the sidewalk real fast. So let me share some other things here. The idea was children playing, but adults can play too, right? So I just wanted to include this video to show, everyone can be children at heart. Additionally, there was some singers. So there was a Ukrainian band that came. There's also Bossa Nova. Okay. A couple other things. Cheira a Lisboa, mil beatas a florir na tapada. Cheira bem, cheira a Lisboa. So there was like a Fado workshop, how to write your own Fado lyrics, which was really cool. And then some dancing out in the street. And those are some of the things. There were other things that happened. There was an interview that happened with a couple of local environmentalists. There were other activities happening, kids playing all day and that sort of thing. But it was a really great experience to be able to be involved in. Okay, now let's talk about what I've been working on, especially this past month. I did a lot of video editing recently, which is not something I had a lot of experience doing, but the great thing about Google is that if you don't know something, look it up. So there were things that I tried to figure out with like video editing. I was like, I actually don't know how to do that. And then I had to like find some YouTube videos and it worked out. One of the main things that I did was that collaboration that we did with Umana, we did an Instagram collaboration with them. And so I edited and re-edited and edited some more. This video here that we did with Umana. And so here's a little snippet of that.
A roupa que encontram aqui é roupa usada por portugueses em Portugal, que foi triada, selecionada e devolvida às lojas. E, portanto, ver-se-á, em alguns casos, notar alguma marca de uso, mas é tudo quase novo. Portanto, a roupa está em muito bom estado.
And the rest of the video is on our page if you want to check that out. But yeah, it was really great to be able to work on that collaboration. And there were other videos that I did as well. With every business owner that I would interview, I did a video for them and edited that. So here are some examples. On that same street, there's a sushi bar, there's a Chinese restaurant, a tourist shop, a sandwich shop, and a tailor shop. And so I got to like interview them and hear their stories and why it is they worked there and what they hoped and that sort of thing. So it was really cool to be able to connect with them on a more personal way. Because I think sometimes, especially for like shop and restaurant owners, I personally, unless you're Sam Haggard, don't go up and start a conversation with people who own restaurants, right? He has that gift that I don't have, but it was cool to be able to like get to know them on a more personal level. Because then when I went back to that street, even like to eat there that day for July 8th, I was like, oh wow, like I feel like I know them better, right? I feel like we're more like more than just like, oh, hey, I'm going to buy a sandwich from you, This is really cool. Okay. I also worked a bit on translation. So some of the things that I did was working on translating the page. This still needs to be implemented into the website, but I worked on translating the head of the page, and also our event. So these are just Google Docs of my work on translate, because I also speak fluent Portuguese, so I was just working between. But there were a lot of words I did not know, especially for Portuguese, because my influence is Brazilian. So that was awesome to be able to learn some new ways of saying things and some words that I needed to learn for life. So let me go now into some miscellaneous things that I did. I thought this was funny, actually. So we sent in a complaint about a street, right? About it being too small, it being illegal according to the law. I should have caught this, but I misspelled it, first of all, which they then resent it to me misspelled, I think, to like prove my error, my anti-Portuguese-ness. Or not anti, but like me not being Portuguese. But I read through it, and basically, there was nothing about the street itself. It was just like, first of all, this email doesn't match your name. You're not actually Portuguese. Your organization isn't registered. Like, it was this whole thing, and I was like, wow, I love bureaucracy at work. So yeah, I just thought it was really entertaining to read through. And it came back like a month. I actually forgot about it. I had sent it off, and I was like, oh, they probably didn't read it. And then I got this, and I was like, cool. Another event that I went with Kizenia to do, which was really cool, we visited Ciclofina, and so we talked with them about what they do, being able to rent bikes to people and help, especially youth in the community, being able to get out on bikes and be more active in the community. And so something that we did as well was, you'll see here, that's the graffiti for the Cravo Bravo, and so we put that on the side, which was really cool. And then here's a list of some other things that I've done. In the beginning, I researched a lot about political parties, which was really interesting to learn about how the political parties work here. I did a few readings on polling people and how to work with people, how to build a brand, especially without biasing yourself too much. Did some work with finding grant applications, although a lot turned out to not work out very well, but I still looked into it. And then I was working some on converting statistics to an infographic. One of my favorite experiences, though, that I had was a meeting before the July 8th event where we were in one of the restaurants and we met with all the business owners. And there were members from the political party. There was a member, I want to say, from the local junta or asamblea. And it was really cool just being be there with all of them expressing their ideas and hey, this is what we look for, right? Because at the end of the day, I leave next week, right? I feel like I don't have as much of an invested interest because this isn't my home. But it's cool to hear from people who it is their home, that they're fighting for it because they care so much. The owner of, I'm forgetting what he owns right now. There's a Brazilian place, Ufatica. He owns the restaurant and he lives there in the street. So for him, it's that double importance. He's like, I'm a resident and I'm a business owner. And so he talked about how important it is that he sees these changes. So it's cool to open my perspective in that way. Because of course I want to help. I care about people wherever I go. But I still will never have the same invested interest of someone who's this is my home, this is my city. I want to see it better, So I love that experience. So just some final thoughts. I really enjoyed being a part of this organization because it opened my mind a lot. I told Kizenia this, but I was not raised to be very environmentally conscious. I was raised that climate change was a farce, and that it wasn't a real thing. And so as an adult, though, I've become more cognizant of my own personal waste and environmental issues and that sort of thing. And I'm still learning. I'm learning a lot. But it was cool to be able to come and meet with people who genuinely care about this. Right? I mean, in the United States, I would say that cars are one of the least talked about things as something like an environmental issue. Yeah, we know, everyone's hey, those carbon emissions, and we're yeah, right? But it's still an important thing because it is affecting our world, whether or not we want to admit it. And so I just really appreciate the personal impact that it had on my life and being able to be more cognizant about the world at large and not my own personal ideology. So yeah, in terms of looking towards the future, I, like Kenny, want to join the Foreign Service. And so in a different light, although I didn't really study a whole lot of EU policy, a big part of being a diplomat is working with people. It's really knowing, especially depending on the cone that you go into, it's managing projects. It's helping your local community. Because American embassies do a lot to help communities, especially in lower income countries. And so it was awesome for me, not saying that Portugal is a lower income country, but it's awesome to me to be able to interact with the community. And I hope to be able to do that more in other places where I live. So overall, very grateful for this experience, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much, Chris. So, yes, we have time for one question for Chris, if anyone wants to ask a question. Yes, Leslie.
So when's the next street closing? Or what's the permanent outlook?
You know, that's a great question. That is TBD, to be decided, but Lisbon Summer continues fighting. They went to a meeting with the junta about it, and they kind of blew them off. So as far as I know, there's going to be an official petition written and continue working with the local government to shut it down. Hopefully there'll be more events like this. We had really great support from the local community. I mean, I can't tell you how many people, even, it was cool, there were a couple of foreigners from like Belgium that came and visited that day. Even some Americans that I talked to that night. And we're like, I love this, like, is this how the street is every day? And I was like, no, you got a one-time only experience, all right, value it. But it made people realize like, wow, this is how it should be, right? Even some people were like, at least if you can have this at the ends of the week, right? Your Fridays, your Saturdays, your Sundays. But the dream is to have it every day, just like Rua Verde on the neighboring street. So there's work in progress to make it happen, but it's a future success.
Thanks. Megan, I think you had a question. Do you want to ask or no?
Sure. What was your favorite video that you did?
Ooh, that's tough, that's tough. So it's interesting because some of the ones I thought were funnier did not have as much success, and ones that I thought were less funny got more. I really enjoyed doing the one outside of Marcus de Pombal. The fun thing is that I would never plan anything that I said. I would just show up to a place, I'd look around a little bit and be like, okay, I think I got an idea of what to say. And so Marcus de Pombal, I went to the statue in front of where it is, and I've learned the real history of who he is, Carvalho, right, helping rebuild the city after the earthquake, but I made up a whole crap story about how he was named Pombal because the pombas, the doves, would come and like pick at him. And so he could never avoid the doves all his life. And that's how he got named Marcus de Pombal. So I thought, anyway, if nothing else, I got a crack out of, going and making the jokes. So yeah.
Amazing. Thanks, Chris. Round of applause for Chris, please. Wonderful. And look at that. We started late, but now we're right on time for a coffee break. Everything works out in the end. Why stress, right? Or you can things just kind of work themselves out. All right, I just want to say, just to end this, I know some of supervisors will be leaving at this stage, so I just want to conclude this one section. Thank you to the 4 who have presented already. I feel super inspired and motivated, and I have really already loved so much. I've done check-ins with you sort of more personally and how things are going, but seeing these presentations really allows me to see how you've become, the different ways that you've become locals of your internships or of Lisbon in different ways, and that really motivates me because that's why I do the work that I do. So thank you all for sharing. And one final round of applause for the 4 presenters this morning, please. All right, so we now have a coffee break. There are more snacks outside there. I'm gonna have y'all circle back in here at 11:25, so we can start presenting right at 11:30. All right, thanks. Yes, I actually need to figure that out right now.
Oh, you're looking.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah, no, I'm not. It'll be fine.
Okay, let's bring it on back in. People outside in the other area, food area, can come back to this area. Yes, you're all set. Thank you so much. Okay, coffee break is just about over. Yes. Okay, I'm going to try it again. Coffee break time, wrapping it up as I have my coffee in my hand. How? I'll ask her personally. Your person is coming? Coffee break is over. Let's start second round presentations. Yes, Tom. There should on that guy. Tom, that's a wait. Yeah. How does it do? It's the right thing. Okay. Amazing. So, yeah. Thank you. No problem. Are you trying to track the cat with this? Okay, let's head on back in, settle down. People have snacks and coffee. Great. Hello, everyone. Good post coffee break. Welcome to the new people who have arrived, to supervisors and colleagues of our SiPN Summer 23 interns. I will reintroduce myself. Interns, I apologize. You'll hear me do this multiple times today. I'm Genesis Garcia. I'm the SiPN program specialist, and us and the SiPN team and FLAD have been accompanying in some way or some capacity your journeys here over the summer. And we're really happy to have 4 more presenters before lunch to talk about their internship experience here in Portugal. So everyone's gone to the bathroom, everyone has snacks, everyone's good? Wonderful. So we will begin. Starting us off in our second section of the first block, we're going to have Pam Ganarong, who's from the University of Indiana, O'Neill School of Public and Environmental Affairs, and who did her internship at Deloitte Capital Empresa de Investimento. So Pam, when you're ready, round of applause for Pam, please. I'm so sorry, I forgot to say, so presenters, just so the audience is aware, presenters will present between 10 and 15 minutes, and then there'll be time for questions at the end. And that's all, thanks.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the presentations of our internship experience in Lisbon. It's been lovely to be here with everybody, and all those presentations were really great. I really appreciate to learn more about you guys as well. So here, just a quick reminder, I'm Pam Ganarong. I'm a public affairs student from Indiana University. So in the past 2 months, I've been intern at Deloitte Capital. So first of all, I wanna start talking about our company so you guys have a better idea on what are we working at the company, and also like how my work get to support their work at the company. So Deloitte Capital is an investment advisor. We provide financial advising service, whether you are in institutions or private investor, which is like basically simply speaking, so whether you already have a portfolio that you need revising or need a financial plan, or even like any financial research on the capital market, we are the guy that could help you with that. Okay, so I'm pretty nervous because my boss is here. My boss is here. This is like Kalim Habib, the CEO of our company. All right, so so yeah, okay, so what next that I did? So the first couple weeks, I get to understand the business more from someone who didn't come from a business background or doing something finance. I took a lot of research and then kind of like get to understand our clients, what is our service provided at the company, and also like what is our scope in order to see how they focus on and what I can do there. So after understanding the business, I get to be more involved in like the research part, which is like focusedly on the country profile. I did research on like giving an overview of like what country looks like, delve deep into like the economic analysis, what are their main industry, size of the economy, trading partners, and etc., including the social context and also political context of this country. And yeah, not only just the country profile, I did support a little bit on like the multilateral development banks and private company research a little bit. So to my understanding, this will be helping in terms of like internal knowledge management of the company, and also like support investment analysis to our clients. And yeah, the last one is after I get to get better understanding of what we do there. I get to be involved in the business development side, which is like really challenging because I need to come up with like, interesting ideas and try to be creative in terms of writing style to draw attention to the new clients and also like build engagement to our current client as well. So that's about it that I did for the last 2 months. And yeah, so the learning point from this internship, I would say the first one is I get to be more adaptability, because actually when I moved to the state, I get used to the international community and environment, multicultural. So here it's more like we get to live with the local, not only just in the company, but also like when you go to a restaurant and living outside. So it's kind of like you need to blend in more. And also, since we are a small company, we need to be a lot more self-sufficient and then kind of like navigate how to work through problems when we got this assigned tasks. And yeah, the second one is business aspect. From someone who not come from the business background, this is really good opportunity for me to be part of the company that from the business side and also the private sector. And when I got back, I probably get more understanding on how private sector works, and also like, for example, like marketing side and how to build engagement to the stakeholder outside of the institution, organization. And the third one is organizational and management and culture. In terms of this, I feel like every organizations have really unique interactions and work modality. So get to be here not only just for our company, but also like the Portuguese company in general, that how they operate and how the business world operates. And yeah, the final one, and probably the most important one, is like financial knowledge. So I get to be researching a lot more in depth, and then get a better understanding of the financial sector. I wouldn't say that I'm an expert in this, but I get to learn more and more on how like the capital markets works, and also like those technical stuff that they were doing. So yeah, the challenges would probably be the first couple weeks, and maybe throughout the internship is pretty steep learning curve, because I need to build the background knowledge on that, and also like build understanding on the scope of work that we're doing. And yeah, and the second one would be like, it's pretty wide scope and various aspects of like huge amount of information, since we not only just focus on the personal finance, we also need to look at the economy as a whole, and also not just only the European Unions, but our company make an investment in the US, in Asia. So it's kind of like all the news and all the information is really broad for me to understand. And the last one is the skill set, because we offer financial analysis service, so it's require a lot of financial analytical skill to be involved in most of the work project. So yeah, it's kind of like limited how can I be involved. And also that's also the second part of this, is like the company operates in Portuguese, most of the work that we do in the company, so it's kind of limited how can I be more involved and understand and support them in a way that, yeah, I could be useful in the company. So yeah, that's overall for now. I really appreciate that I get to be here. Thank you, O'Neill School, FLAT, and also Allied Capital that give me the opportunity to learn from the other side, and also like broaden my knowledge, my horizon of like the business side and private side. Yeah. Thank you. Welcome to any questions.
Thank you very much, Pam. Does anyone have any questions for Pam? Yes. Can you pass this to Kenneth?
Hello, Pam. Very interesting presentation. Real quick, you said you were public affairs?
Yes.
Okay. Something I've always wondered, because I see similar companies to where you worked advertising at SPIA all the time. How did your studies in public affairs, how does that translate into into essentially financial services? 'Cause I've always kind of wondered where the connection
Okay,
there is.
all right. Okay, that's a really good question. I forgot to mention that. Actually, my concentrations is international finance and development. So I was planning to work in a development program in order to raise funding and also like raise resources to support development program in any area. So it's kind of like flat match me with the company to help me understand how the private sector and like the business like manage their fundings and then draw those funding to further their program. Yeah. So that's
That
it.
explains that. All right.
What was your favorite part of Portugal culture or your living here experience?
I think I like the people here, and I think people here is really genuine and kind, like really genuine kind. And yeah, I love the weather, and yeah, you guys probably the one of the best part here and make me feel like home. But yeah, I think it's the best summer in terms of like this is my first time to be in Europe, and Portugal has been like welcoming me in terms of like people are really kind, and I feel I don't know challenged to learn more about Portugal. That's probably the best part that I feel like there's a lot more to learn, even though I thought I get used to like multicultural experience when I was in the US. Here is like, you shift your perspective a little bit, and then it humbles you to learn more. Yeah.
Hi, Pam. I have a question. So, I'm a millennial, which means that I'm going to start it off that way. Which means that financial stuff scares me. I feel I don't own a home. I don't know that I will. These are all things that are very millennial-like.
Yeah.
I don't know how you feel or how you felt during your experience. I know that the lot offers products, financial products. Is there anything for someone like me, like if you were to, based off of what you learned, if anything, if you had any piece of advice for me or something a piece of information that you're like, you know what, this is a really useful piece of information, even for you at your age or someone, me, who's slightly older than you. Is there anything that came up for you during your time in your internship?
Oh, yeah. In our company, we suggest that like you should start investment early. And then it's kind of like you should stay investment even though with small amount, it's like gonna multiply up and multiply up even though like, right? And just stay in the game and then like try to make, I don't know, check up your financial health. Like it's like your health, you should be able to like try to understand your finance transactions during the year and kind of like, okay, where is it my financial status is, and then try to navigate, maybe work with advisor or someone who know, and then like try to gather information little by little. It's pretty overwhelming for me personally. It's honestly, it's a lot. I understand that, and just maybe like little by little start early. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Pam. Round of applause for Pam, please. Okay. Moving on to the second presentation, we have Lillian Jacquemin, who is the representative of Notre Dame, or Notre Dame. Is it Notre Dame or Notre Dame? I say Notre Dame, but I'm American. Notre Dame, okay. Who did her internship at Mila. And so, a round of applause for Lillian Jacquemin.
Hi everyone, my name is Lillian Jacquemin, and I go to Notre Dame. And this is a little bit about the summer that I spent at Mila. Okay, so just to like kind of start off, why did I come to Lisbon? So I grew up with a Brazilian father, so I grew up speaking Brazilian Portuguese, and I've always loved the language, but I spoke Spanish in high school, and that like totally messed up my Portuguese abilities. So I kind of got to college and wanted to improve those speaking abilities a bit. So I am a Portuguese minor now at Notre Dame, but there's, nothing like, sitting in a classroom for an hour 3 times a week for a semester is just not like coming to a country and speaking the language, all day for 2 months. So I had the option through Notre Dame to either go to Brazil or go to Portugal. But since my dad's Brazilian, I have been to Brazil. And I really did want to immerse myself in a new culture, one that spoke Portuguese, but was completely different than Brazil. Okay, so why am I working at Mila? Why am I working at a brunch, a spot, a cafe? So I'm a political science major at Notre Dame, and I have minors in constitutional studies, business economics, and Portuguese. So you'd think that an internship would probably be in one of those, very varied areas. But, for me, I've always had a very keen interest in food. I kind of always had this little dream of, like, owning my own cafe or bakery. And really, for me, this was kind of a new challenge because it was a way to be fully immersed in the Portuguese language while doing something that I'm actually not that comfortable with, which is, being in a non-academic setting for months, really. And so it was really a new challenge for me. Okay, so again, one of the biggest things I wanted to do when I came to Portugal was speak. So I speak, like I said, I speak Brazilian Portuguese at home with my family. I just took a Brazilian Portuguese class, second semester in college, but, I kind of had this confidence coming in because I'm like, oh, I totally got this. But that really went out the window when all of a sudden I was put at the front door of Mila to take orders and convey orders and answer questions and welcome people in who obviously really weren't expecting somebody who didn't speak amazing Portuguese to be working at a Portuguese restaurant. And so understanding the Lisbon accent for me was really hard. And a lot of times if I didn't get up the courage to ask people to speak slowly and then really watch their lips, I'd have to ask them again and again and again, which was frustrating for them and for me. My colleagues at Mila were incredibly patient. They'd speak really slowly until I kind of started getting the hang of it, and then they'd start speaking faster. But it was a little bit tougher with the Portuguese customers who would not expect me and would look into their menus, list their orders in Portuguese at 60 miles an hour, and then expect me to totally have gotten it all, and I'd be like, I have no idea what you just said. And so half the time I'd guess, and then about half the time it would be wrong. So I learned very quickly that, okay, you gotta ask again, and you just gotta be like, I'm American, sorry, I'm learning. But they say that practice makes perfect, and slowly, over the course of 2 months, I did feel like my ear began to adjust, and I definitely think that, my last days of taking orders, I was just like, oh, I totally got this. It's also really amazing to see the range of people that came into Mila from around the world. You had couples, you had families, you had girls' trips, you had bachelor's trips, you had backpackers, and, it's gotten really cool for me because a lot of times I can tell just from a few words in English where somebody is from in the world, if they're German, if they're French, if they're Italian, Portuguese, Spanish. So that's been really cool. I also this is, something that I'm sure lots of people aspire to, but I pride myself that I can now tell the difference most times between a Scottish accent, an Irish accent, and an Australian accent, which, was something that was really very exciting for me. But I began to kind of think in both Portuguese and English, which I think is a really cool thing, and it wasn't something that I was expecting because, I'd take an order from somebody in English, and I'd swing around and I'd repeat it to a barista in Portuguese, and then I'd go add a note to a kitchen in English, and then I'd come back out and bring somebody their order and speak Portuguese. And so just that kind of English, Portuguese, English, Portuguese, English, Portuguese, really I felt made me get much, much better and much more proficient very quickly in a language that, you know, I wasn't speaking all that much. Okay, so that's my dad, by the way. So, you know, it kind of goes without saying, it's a service job, right? And I kind of expected a service job to just be a total break from my time at school where, you know, I spend hours in class and doing homework and studying, and it was a break for my mind. I wasn't doing anything related to statistics or economics or political science, and it was great, but it was definitely its own challenge. You know, I was on my feet almost 8 consecutive hours a day, you know, with a smile, taking orders, communicating with the kitchen, communicating with the staff, communicating with the customers, and it was definitely a learning curve for me. So, you know, I learned the more mundane things, like if a foreigner asks for coffee, it's usually an Americano, but if a Portuguese person asks for coffee, it's usually an espresso, and they'll almost always want sugar with it. I learned that this mug belongs to this lady, and when you see her coming, you gotta get it ready, because she wants it, like, right now. And, I learned to manage expectations and to apologize for errors. You know, I learned to make mistakes and acknowledge them and then just keep moving, because in a bustling brunch place during the lunch rush, there just isn't time to perseverate on every single decision and feel bad that you messed up this order, that this didn't come out fast enough. And for me, that's something that I do a lot. I think about every single decision I make and I overanalyze it. When you're there just isn't time to do that. You just gotta apologize and you gotta move on, and you just gotta be like, all right, I'm gonna try to do better next time. I learned to be polite and friendly even when I was tired and my legs hurt and I was hungry. And when people weren't that polite to me, I saw how nice it was when people took the time to compliment the food or say thank you or ask me a question about myself. And likewise, I learned the pain of serving someone who's on their cell phone the whole time or who doesn't make eye contact or doesn't say thank you. And I like to think that, you know, I was pretty mindful of my interactions with people before I came to Mila, but I definitely think it's made me even more mindful of my interactions with those who serve me and those who are in that world. So I think it was a summer like I hadn't imagined. It was language immersion for sure, like I never imagined. I was definitely kind of thrown into the deep end. But I can say with 100% certainty I'm leaving speaking Portuguese better than I've ever spoken. My dad actually is sometimes surprised because sometimes I'll just switch mid-sentence. We'll be speaking in English on the phone, and I'll just start speaking in Portuguese because I'm just more comfortable explaining this particular thing in Portuguese. Or, we'll get on the phone, and a conversation that would have been a default in English, I'll just start speaking Portuguese because, to me, it's almost, at this point, kind of as comfortable as English, which I never saw happening. The staff at Mila was so incredibly welcoming and patient to me. It couldn't have been easy to take a 19-year-old with no service experience and Portuguese as a second language and fold her into a group that was already really, efficiently run and had their own speed and their own style and did their own thing. And then me just being there like, what do I do? And, asking for help every 3.5 seconds and asking to translate. And whenever there was a problem being like, you go deal with it. I don't know what to do. But they were really so gracious and amazing with that. I always will look back so fondly on the times where, I was exhausted and they made me laugh, or, they gave me more responsibilities when they saw that I wanted them, or, included me in their conversations and repeated jokes until I understood them to the point where for them it probably wasn't all that funny anymore. But I also feel like I got to experience Portugal so well, and Portugal was a country that welcomed me so well. I got to use my weekends to go to Porto. I got to go to Albufeira, the Algarve, Fatima, Comporta, Cascais. I hiked the Fisherman's Trail, so I did, this was before obviously I came here, but I did Porto Covo to Lagos, which was like 212 kilometers or something, hiking the Portuguese coast, which was incredible. I got to, go out for a quick little trip to Amsterdam. So I really think Portugal and Europe has just welcomed me so graciously, and it was really a summer that I will never forget. So thank you.
Thanks, Lillian. Questions for Lillian? Yeah, Megan.
Sorry if you've already answered this or said this in your presentation, but have you ever worked in a restaurant before this?
No.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's really incredible then.
Great presentation. So you said you've never worked in the service industry before this, but so I don't know if you know the answer to this, but besides tipping culture, what is like the big difference between working in service industry in Portugal and in America, if you know?
Yeah, that's interesting. I would definitely say that again, the tipping culture is a big thing. So like at Mila, for example, if people do tip, we put it all in the tip jar, and then at the end of the week, the tip jar is divided amongst everybody who works there. And so that leaves about 25, 30 euros on a good week for everybody who works there, which really is not that much. And so I think when I talk to my friends who are back in the United States who work at restaurants and they can make $100 or $200 in a night with tipping, that is definitely something that's different. Honestly, though, I don't really know how much else is different except for just the fact that maybe everybody speaks English kind of as a default, because that's kind of if people come in from Germany, it's either they speak German or they speak English, and we could either speak Portuguese or English. So kind of the default for everybody is English. So yeah, I don't see that many, lots of tourists from all over. I'd say that is one thing. I'd say lots of tourists from all over, so many different countries in Europe, and I think that's just because it's so easy to get here from different countries. But yeah, I don't know how big of a difference there is really, except for those things, yeah.
Thank you.
Two things. First one, really quick, just to make sure. So you said the tips were split between everybody who worked there for the whole week and not just who was there that day?
Yeah, it's so everyone works like the same 40 hours, basically.
Okay, that's good to know. The other question, did you ever have people coming in that did not speak English or Portuguese and like try to talk to you in Japanese or something, and then that was a whole extra struggle?
Oh yeah, I can actually remember a Japanese couple that came in speaking no Portuguese and no English, and we were all just kind of looking at each other like, we don't know what to do, like what is this situation? And I think one of them saw like there was a matcha oat bowl, and they're like that, like they pointed at it, we're like okay, and then somebody else pointed at something else, and we're like okay, and we brought it out, and we're like just cross your fingers that that's what and they ate it, and they paid, and it was all good. I think definitely could have been harder than that. I think most people who came in spoke enough English to just be able to get by, but there were definitely, I'd say once or twice a week, a group that came in that only spoke German and very like rudimentary English, or only spoke French and very rudimentary English, and it was definitely an adventure.
Could imagine.
Wonderful. So very immersive experience for sure. All right. Well, next we have Jonathan Kim, who is also from India. Just a quick question: Indiana University versus University of Indiana, different schools? So y'all are Indiana University. Just curious. So Indiana University, who did his internship at Liga para a Proteção da Natureza. Round of applause for Jonathan, please.
All right.
What's up? Oh.
I don't know. I think they're making fun of my branded slides. Listen, it's the IU template. So I'm Jonathan Kim. I did my internship at LPN, which roughly translates to Nature Protection League in English. It's one of the premier conservation organizations in Portugal, focusing on biodiversity through habitat and species protection primarily. So a little bit about me. I'm from Ohio and Rochester, New York. I did my undergrad at Wisconsin in econ, poli-sci, and environmental studies with a minor in math. In my free time, I enjoy playing some football. If you all can see, I've got some nice battle scars from playing it here. Outdoors things, hiking, cooking, which has come in handy in Portugal as a vegetarian, film, and reading. In terms of what I study, I'm a Master of Public Affairs, Master of Science in Environmental Science student at IU. I concentrate in energy and climate policy. Here's some of the classes that I've taken. I'm also a research assistant for my work with both an energy justice lab and a professor, helping him write a textbook. So my project was looking at the incursion of solar panel farms into protected areas and nearby. So I started out with accumulating data on where these solar panels are. Our research focused on 4 protected areas in Alentejo, around Castro Verde. It included a 10-kilometer boundary around those areas, and I combined land use data, satellite imagery, and solar panel data, which I will show you next, where we got from for my project to sort of figure out what's going on. Is this a challenge? Is this a problem? I had 3 primary sources of data. I had E2P, which is sort of put together privately by the Trade Association for Solar in Portugal. I had CCDR, which is a regional government organization. They had some polygons, mostly from requests for them to look into location and environmental impact assessments. And then JEG, which is the Directorate on Energy and Geology, roughly in Portugal. And they have listed on their website a list of polygons of places. I had trouble initially connecting to that, which made my job a little bit harder because I had to essentially download a JPEG, put it over a map, and then draw individually each of the sites. But I actually figured out the server connection later on with the help from a master's student that helped me out late in the project. In terms of the data, there were some challenges. Each of the data sets were different. There were sites that were in one but not the other 2. There were sites that were in multiple, but the polygons or the shapes were different. Essentially, I had to go through and manually draw each set of solar panels throughout all of the study region. And that took up a good chunk of my time. JEG data had a lot of sites that were slightly misaligned, or not actually where solar panels were visible based on satellite imagery. CCDR had almost no polygons over actual visible solar sites, so a lot of them are speculative projects or projects that never happened. And then the E2P data was all point data, so it was just a list of coordinates essentially. And I had to go through each of those and draw polygons because we wanted to look at area, and that's not something that's given when it's just a dot on a map. So the project itself, the study process was, we call this GIS work, Geographic Information Systems. I used QGIS, which is a new software for me. IU uses and teaches ArcGIS, which is, I think, a better software, but it's paid, and the license for it is thousands of dollars. And QGIS is free. It's open access software. So learning QGIS and then dealing with the challenges of the data was a good bulk of the front end of my internship. Once I got the hang of the software, actually constructing the layouts that we wanted to convey the information we were looking for was a lot easier. And again, the delay in getting the reliable JEG data did cause some delays in my overall project work, but I think we got it figured out. So here's just an example of what I was doing. I was looking at, as I mentioned, solar panels in and near protected areas. So we have the solar panels in the protected areas, the panels in the buffer, and the combined total. The math might not add up because there's some that are in both the buffer and inside the zone. So we're just getting a feel for the amount of area that's taken up, and then the percent of the area of interest. So like what percent of protected areas is actually inhabited by solar panels, and what percent is actually inhabited by planned solar panels based on the data that we have. So I also looked at development year and a timeline. Some of the data sets didn't list year of development, so I had to go through and look manually at satellite imagery over time. So we decided to go by decade because year wasn't actually precise enough for some of the satellite imagery data sets. But we got a feel for, things are accelerating, it seems like, also looking at the planned as well for the 2020s. And they're also getting bigger. Sites are just on average growing. Utility scale, as we call it, for big solar farms is becoming more common than just smaller, almost mom and pop shop style solar panels. We also looked at land use. So most of the land use for solar panels that currently exist is agriculture, agroforestry, or pasture, with pasture making up the bulk of the area, and agriculture and pasture both combining for almost all of the number of sites. But looking into the future of the planned sites that we have that haven't been constructed yet, but are in the CCDR and JEG data sets as applying for licenses or in the process to get an environmental impact assessment, we can see that there is a good amount of natural area that is at stake of potentially being developed into solar farms. That's just something that we want to keep an eye on and look into. We couldn't really get reliable information on how far along in the process those were, so we don't know whether they were speculative, right? Some may just be looking in. What would be the environmental impact if we built a farm here? Some may be more serious. Some may be thinking seriously about building, right, this big one right here. This is all natural area. It's an incursion into the protected area. Potentially, right? They may want to build that. They may be in the process of finding construction, developers. So, we didn't have good information on that, so it was hard to assess really the level of seriousness of each of these developments, and that's something that we actually had meetings with CCDR and discussed with them about how can we get more reliable information on where in the process these things stand. Overall conclusions that I had from my project were existing solar panels aren't really a problem yet. Those that exist mostly replaced agriculture, as I mentioned. Some of the proposed solar panels do present a more significant threat. And actually, in discussion with a master's student that was helping me, a Portuguese master's student that was helping me, who has a lot more knowledge in this area, some of them actually intersect with a protected tree species in terms of land cover. So that's something that's useful to know and that we need to know to see if these will actually be developed and what the environmental impact of them would be. As I mentioned, the next step is to look at how serious these proposed developments are, so we can identify, large incursions into natural and protected area, and potentially work with organizations to either prevent or alter the plans for those. In terms of everything else in Portugal, like everyone else that's spoken so far, I had a lovely time. I enjoyed Lisbon. As I mentioned, the food is not super amenable to vegetarians. I did a good amount of cooking for myself, but Lisbon does have a lot of good international food, and although traditional Portuguese food is entirely carne e peixe, I managed to find some good things for myself as well along the way. The pastries are fantastic here, and the soup is excellent. If you have been mostly eating sardines, I recommend you try both of those as well. So here's just some places that we went. We went to Habida for work on a work field trip, and we liked it so much that Tom and myself, Tom also worked at LPN, decided to go back. We did a little kayak trip down in Habida and near Sesimbra. We went along the Sintra coast, hung around in Lisbon, went to lots of museums. It was just a lot of fun overall. I did a trip to Porto, went to Évora, Coimbra. It was excellent. It was great. I've really enjoyed Portugal. I had only been to Faro previously when I studied abroad in Barcelona for a semester. And it's been really nice to sort of see the similarities and differences of the two Iberian cultures. That's been, because there's so many similarities, so many things that are, and they're so near each other, but there's also so many things that are very different. And that's been kind of a nice eye-opening experience as a comparative political science guy in undergrad, it's been interesting to see sort of how these small differences over time can sort of create these two very distinct cultures. So that's really all I have. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Questions for Jonathan? Michael.
Thank you. Jonathan, great presentation. I'm super interested in your topic that you did research on. So it's interesting, two presentations to compare here, right? We heard about the energy transition, right, that the EU is focused on, and Portugal certainly has a lot of potential in terms of being, a big solar panel for the rest of Europe. One of the real problems, as I'm sure you studied, is that one of the characteristic species of the same region that is so strong in solar potential is the cork oak. And a lot of these projects are actually already have executed or have planned to cut thousands of cork oaks in order to bring us a renewable energy source with solar panels. So I'm just curious how you, and having worked now for 8 weeks intensively in this area, how do you see this balance coming, in terms of protecting natural species and one sustainable resource, trees, right? Yeah. And yet the need to generate electricity that's clean and renewable and cost efficient. It's a real quandary for public policy folks, and so I'd love to hear how you, did your opinion change after this experience, or is it exactly where it was? Reflections on that.
I think balance is really the right word to use for it. I don't know if my opinion overall has distinctly changed. Obviously, I've learned more about Portugal specifically, and the challenges that it has in, as a country versus what I'm most familiar with, which is the United States. I focus mostly on domestic energy policy. Yeah, I think it's a balancing act. It's about, the Iberian Peninsula has some of the highest solar incidence in the world, right? This is like the first cloudy day we've had in 3 weeks. It's got this resource, right, that we have to tap, right? It's not a should, we really do have to build out solar panels at a massive scale. And the Iberian Peninsula is one of the best places to do that. But at the same time, it's doing it responsibly. Responsible siting doesn't have to come in conflict with the energy transition. So I think looking at things like, well, maybe we don't build it into the protected area, right? We sustain the protection of this area. We avoid places that have high biodiversity, that have cork oak. I think it's a different project to look at those things in particular, look at biodiversity maps, look at resource map, where is solar incidence highest, where is this going to be the most reliable source of energy. But comparing and contrasting those things, this is one piece of that, right? Like looking at protected areas should remain protected. There should be also maybe some buffer. And we talked with one of our master's students from Portugal about this and his research sort of with transmission lines and looking at sort of how the concentration of solar panels is really highly concentrated in areas that have the main transmission line that runs north to south through Portugal. So that's another thing to consider, right? Proximity to transmission. How much new transmission needs to be built to make these resources reliable and bring the energy from somewhere like Castro Verde, which is not a very populated area, right, to Lisbon, Porto, Coimbra. So these are all things to think about. It is a very large balancing act, and that's kind of how I remain to feel about it. Obviously, LPN is a conservation organization, so their focus is more on that other side, where my focus is usually on develop, build. We need to expand. So it's been interesting and educational to be sort of on the flip side, even though it's something that I've always tried to consider.
Great, thanks, John. Other questions? One last one. Anyone? Oh, yes, Sam.
Thank you. Perhaps you said this in your earlier response, but what do you think the U.S. can do better learning from Portugal in this respect?
Interesting. That is a good question. I'm trying to think. So there are some things that I think Portugal could do better based on the United States. There is also, I haven't gone super deep into the weeds on licensing and permitting in Portugal, but it seems like generally that is easier to do here than in the United States. And I know in the US that's been a major barrier for developing projects, is you need all these permits and you need all these licenses from different organizations, and it just extends the timeline. And with anything construction related, the longer it takes, the more expensive it gets. So that's been a takeaway of making it easier to build things. You will build things more cheaply. And Portugal seems to have done a better job than that. Honestly, one of the biggest hurdles for Portugal was data. We could not get reliable data on where these solar panels are, what their geography was, what their power output is. We had some really, really small solar panels, like slightly larger than what you would put on a home, that were saying they were putting out like industrial level of power, and it doesn't make sense, right? And these are coming from data sets that they're just not reliable. And also transmission is another thing, that there's no publicly available map of where transmission lines are really in Portugal. We found one that was sort of in the back end, in the appendix of a massive report that was an image. So we tried to like geo-reference it to satellite imagery, and it was iffy, right? So just making data more available so that we can reduce redundancies and look into potential problems. So the bulk of my work doesn't have to be reconstructing data sets that should already exist, right? I think that's a big takeaway for Portugal from the United States, because these things in the US are all publicly available and easily accessible. Thank you.
Great question, Sam. Working with two mics over here. Okay. Well, wonderful, John. Thank you so much. And last but not least, for this section, right before lunch, we have Thomas Agger, who's also from Indiana University and also interned at LPN. So give it up for Tom.
Alrighty. Hello, everyone. Thank you for sitting through our presentations and for all the great questions. So this is my presentation about my time at LPN. John already went over a little bit about the organization, but one exciting thing is that they're celebrating their 75th anniversary this year, which is really exciting. LPN is like one of the premier conservation organizations in Portugal, and so just to be a part of it and work for them, their 75th year is awesome. So let's get going. How do I do this? Okay, so just a little overview. Oh, one thing to mention, I was obsessed with the tiles that I saw throughout Portugal, and so all the pictures of the tiles in this presentation I took, and if you're bored with the content of the presentation, you can just look at the tiles instead. I approve of that activity. So just quick overview of my presentation. I'll do a little bit of an introduction about myself and about my adventures in Lisbon. And then I'll talk about my three projects, which were the Cecil Quarry in Arabida, the Muchao da Povoa Estuary Island, and the hay cutting in Castro Verde. A lot of these names of places I'm saying for the first time out loud, so I apologize if I'm pronouncing them incorrectly. So here's a cute picture of me and my parental units in Porto. They visited basically right as I got here, which was fun because they were like, what should we see next? And I was like, I just got here too. But it was so nice to travel with them, and they loved it here and insisted that I move here after graduate school. Like John, I am getting a Master's of Public Affairs degree and a Master's of Science in Environmental Science at IU. I'm concentrating in sustainability and sustainable development. besides sustainability, I'm interested in environmental justice, climate action planning, things like that. I am also really interested in urban forestry. I took an urban forest management class at IU, and I was like, should I quit and be an arborist? And I might. And my hobbies include reading, watching movies, running, cooking, and baking. I found like the one running route in Lisbon that doesn't involve hills, which is just like run straight to the river from our apartment and back. So I did that a lot during my time here. So here's some pictures of my adventures throughout Portugal. I did that thing where I invited people to come on my adventures with me, expecting no one to actually be available to do so. And in total, I think I'm receiving like 9 visitors throughout this summer. So you can see some of them here with me in these pictures. Yeah, they're pretty self-explanatory. So before I jump into this project, I just want to say like 2 big challenges for me with these projects, like John mentioned, was learning a new software. IU teaches ArcGIS. We were doing these projects using QGIS. I actually prefer QGIS. I'm a QGIS guy now. I'm a convert, and I think it's awesome that it's free. Another was data acquisition. I just had to download so many satellite images, which kind of took forever, but patience was an important thing to learn. So project 1 was the Cecil Quarry in Arabia. I'm gonna pull up my notes here just so. Okay, so Cecil started this quarry in the park that is now Arabia in 1904, which is way after it became a protected natural area. Arabia became a protected natural area in 1976, so Cecil was allowed to continue their quarry operations and their cement factory on this land. So they are mostly digging for limestone and marl rock, and basically they have extended their permit in the past. They should have already finished their operations in the park, but they've been extending their permit, and now they're asking to extend the area of the quarry in the park because they're sort of having trouble accessing the rock that they need to make cement. So they've sent a proposal to the government that they would make the quarry less deep in exchange for extending it out into the park, which would destroy many, many hectares of beautiful natural forest. And so LPN would like a termination of Cecil operations within Arabia, not just sort of trying to get them to not extend the quarry, but to end their operations there completely. They have other quarries throughout Portugal that are impacting important protected areas less. And so LPN wanted to develop an open letter to Cecil and the government asking that their operations be halted in Arabia, and my goal was to help inform that letter with different geographic analyses. So I'm going to show you some of the map layouts that I made for each project, but not all of them because there's a lot. This is one of the first ones. So I'm going to try to use this little laser pointer. You can't really see it, but up here you can see the licensed area for the quarry, and you can see the area that they want to expand into in the dark blue, and then all the purple is the other Cecil infrastructure within Arabia. The green outline is the protected area, and the little green blobs are the inactive quarries from other companies that have dug in the park. So yeah, the Cecil infrastructure takes up a lot of hectares of this park. It actually takes up 18, the proposed expansion would increase the land area of the quarry by 18.8%, so it is considerable. So this map shows all the different parts of the infrastructure of Cecil besides the quarry. The quarry is at the edge of the map in the pink right there. This is the cement factory. The orange is transport lines. The green is the port, and the lighter green is just other infrastructure. And then they have a really small plant nursery here to try to rehabilitate some of the area of the quarry. And the two aerial photos I acquired online, and the middle photo was taken by coworker Rita when John and I got to accompany her and our boss Christina to Arabida, and we did some snooping and taking pictures, which was pretty exciting. So here's another map showing the quarry. The pink outline is the actual space that the quarry takes up, and the black outline is what they're licensed to take up. And here is another one just showing the difference in land usage between 2015 and 2023. The land that they were using increased by 4%. So project 2, again, I've never said the name of this out loud, Muchao da Povoa. It's a island in the Tejo estuary, which is sort of upriver from Lisbon, and it's privately owned. It was farmland before April 2016, and in April 2016, a dike along the coast of the island broke, and the water sort of flooded the island, so it became no longer arable. So since then, it's sort of become an important habitat for different wetland species, including a lot of protected birds in Portugal. And LPN wants this land to be protected by the government because there's some discussion of it being sold and developed. So I made some maps for this island, Muchoa. I'm not going to say it again. So the yellow shows the island at low tide in 2023 in May, and the purple outline is the Tejo estuary. And yeah, it represents about 1% of the land of the Tejo estuary. Okay, so this map shows the difference in what the land looked like throughout the years. Before the dike broke, you can see in red where the arable land was on the island. After April 2016, that same arable land is now flooded with water, and in 2023, it's at low tide, it's pretty much completely submerged. At high tide, it's pretty much completely submerged in water. Here's one more showing low tide and high tide. Okay, so my third project was hay cutting in Castro Verde. LPN has a field office in Castro Verde where they study populations of different protected birds, such as the little bustard, the Montague's harrier, and the great bustard, which the bustards are mostly flightless birds. They fly some, but they mostly hang out on the ground, and because of that, their species are dwindling. They're threatened by lots of different predators and human activity, and they use agricultural land for breeding and hatching, and so it's important that that land the hay not be cut too early in the season, because if it is, it disturbs their breeding season. So my job was to look at whether farmers were cutting their land too early in the season. So here is a chronological map showing when different areas of land were cut in the season. The satellite picture itself is was taken May 14th, but the way I calculated these different areas was I looked at 6 satellite images from different times to see which areas of land were cut. And so on the timeline, you can see the 704 hectares. That means before March 15th, 704 hectares were already cut, et cetera. And so by May 14th, 16.21% of the study area in Castro Verde had been cut early. And at the bottom, that's basically saying when the breeding season and the hatching season starts for all three of these species this year. So as you can see, a lot of hay was already being cut when breeding season and hatching season were just getting started. All right, so this map just shows, this is sort of a two-parter map. This one and this one show each individual date that I looked at to calculate how much hay was cut. I basically looked at what areas were already in March, which areas were already brown. If it was brown, it meant it was cut. If it was green, it was still growing. And then in April and May, if it was light brown, it had already been cut. And if it was dark brown, it had not been cut yet. And here is a little GIF I made to show the increase in cut agricultural land. So I had a great time with this internship. I learned a lot about different conservation efforts that LPN is doing in Portugal. I fell in love with Portugal, and I want to come back, and I'll make an actual effort to learn the language. So I just want to thank IU O'Neill, SiPN and FLAD, and of course LPN. Yeah, and if you have any softball questions for me, that's all I'll take. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Sam, question for Tom.
Thank you. I'll just stay up here for it's easier. Great job on that project 3. Wow.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? How does one look up satellite for both of you? How do you look up satellite images? Like I would go to Google Earth, but who knows when that was? And like where do you get your data and stuff?
Yeah. So there's different sources. I used Sentinel data, which is like European in origin, and then there's also ESRI, ESRI. I don't know what it stands for, but that's like American in origin, and you can go to either of their like open access hubs and search for a specific date and coordinate, and then look at the satellite imagery for that. And you have to make an account, but it's free. And then you just have to sit around and wait for like an hour and a half as the satellite imagery downloads. But yeah, it's pretty easy. I can send you a link. And yeah, Google Earth is a great option though if you're just looking at like one date. And actually, I think it does have a like go back in time functionality. I don't know how to use it, but there's apparently more to Google Earth than I was using when I was like in middle school exploring it. I know everyone had that phase, so yeah. Great question.
Other questions? No? Okay. Tom,
right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone, that concludes our morning section or block of presentations. We have more presentations in the afternoon, but now you get a break for lunch. It is right over 12:30 right now. Our first presentation in the afternoon starts at 2:30. So I would ask that people just kind of be at FLAD by like 2:15, 2:20, the latest, so we can start right at 2:30, okay? For those interns, I sent recommendations for where you might be able to eat around the area. In the Slack. So if you haven't decided, you can check that out. Thank you so much, and that's all. See you in a couple of hours.
Depois alguma coisa ligas-me, está bem? Tá vá, até já, um abraço.